A lot of time. Time to get some actual stuff done. was outside, so I gotta keep an eye on her. Dusty gives us his mission because his thing is that he wants to go to space. None of these chances are terribly great, so I'm going to send Rhino, even though that she's lower on that. The first thing we went for was the field ops. Next, we're going to go for the Underworld Hub and the Hacking Station. Both of them are pretty great. First, we're going to upgrade the power supplies. course, Hippo would decide that the moment I turn my back is when she wants to come back in. And now that we have the surgery slot, we no longer have enough money. This isn't a whole lot of money, and this contact actually kind of sucks. So I'm actually going to leave this mission on the table, I think. Out of actual like money to do things that I want, so I do have to actually like do a job soon. So this is the second opportunity to get a soldier. Soldiers themselves are kind of... they're not special. As far as the classes that you can multi-class into, soldiers don't even require a piece of gear. You don't have to put any cyberware into multi-class. On the other hand, soldiers are pretty rad as it comes to needing to do a great fight. When it boils right down to it, you need like a stealthy team and a combat team. You don't use your combat team as much, but the difference between the pure combat missions and the shit kicker missions is the shit kicker missions versus the like pure stealth is pretty substantial. So having a second soldier isn't bad. On the other hand, I'm probably going to take this guy and convert him into a second sniper. He's brand new. Can slam the respec immediately just to get more points. And we can straight up multi-class him into sniper. So there's a pretty good synergy between soldier and sniper. Sniper likes to get a whole lot of crits. Hit streak gives you more crit chance, obviously, so that means that recoup is good to get. Get a move point into 2 AP on a critical hit, and that can be 3 AP, 1 move point. So what this means is that once a turn, up to, you know, however many charges you have, you can just get a whole nother shot with your sniper rifle. It does come at the cost of having to take an inferior Overwatch. That's sort of the thing maybe do it a little bit. You also get Savagery, which gives you more crit chance and more ballistic, not just for the current turn, but for the next turn. Which, hey, 25% more crit and 25% more ballistic damage is pretty good for a sniper. The sniper talents, like Hit Streak here, the Hit Streak requires you to not move and not miss, but it does give you additional crit for as long as you keep shooting people. Deathwatch is the sniper Overwatch. Unlike the soldier Overwatch, it boosts to give you accuracy, because honestly sniper rifles don't hugely need that much more damage. You can do some shenanigans. So first thing is, to benefit of crit streak, it's a 1-point dip to make it last an extra turn. Second charge off of Deathwatch is quite nice. Fortunately, getting an extra charge off of Skull Shot, or reducing the recharge, is expensive. It takes some investment. We are essentially at the talent limit already, even though we've barely spent any points. If we do go to Overwatch here right away, we won't be able to take any more talents, just upgrade the ones that we have. Empty Lung is quite nice to have access to as a sniper. Being able to reposition a little bit and keep your hit streak can be quite good. It is also helpful that you have some good reaction nodes along the way. Extra charge out of Iron Grip. The total talent limit for any character is 10 talents, so you can see that we are mostly there. Multi-classing is there's generally 2 ways you do it. Either you have some initial talents that are really good, or you have to burn one of your initial talents just to get access to something else that you actually quite want. In this case, recoup is amazing, so we're going to be taking this Overwatch. Well, actually, no, we're not going to be taking this Overwatch. We are going to be taking the long way, because it is that important to not waste a point on a talent. But we'll be doing that later. Right. While I'm at it, you go ahead and take this revolver, because snipers really quite like revolvers. I'll equip Dimitro a little bit later. We are broke as fuck right now. Getting 2 upgraded rifles is going to be 100k as is. Send a message and kill at least 8. And a shitload of influence for Octane. Well, she just had a little limit break. Fortunately, her limit break, or her limit break gave it 25% more reward, which is not all that exciting considering she didn't. She's not paying us for that job. Alright, we don't have another charge of co-conspire, so our only options for missions are the ones that we have. There's not a substantial reason to delay or run out the clock. So let's go ahead and take a look at Caper here. Dusty Diamond's is the only guy who can actually give us leverage here. Don't super care about the Matrix Stoop. We need money. I know you can train him, saving your skill points. Okay, so this is a raid mission. It's fairly standard. Whatever the map is going to be. really does want us to be as quiet as we can manage. So something about this map is actually making my computer chug. It's quite interesting. I wonder if it's just water. As I move over to this part of the map, my frame rate just drops. Whatever, it's a tactical game. I don't need a huge frame rate. Alright, I start with gates. There are a number of guards right here. Camera. We need to hit, ideally, every single lockbox. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one's behind a barrier. How does this barrier get knocked down? Sometimes there's a switch. In this case, the matrix host is probably required to deal with the barrier. I don't see a switch anywhere. So it's really tempting to just go counterclockwise around. We will have to hit up this matrix host. This matrix host is going to be handy in terms of like killing a bunch of cameras. Also, these 3 guys right here with relatively minimal cover under a camera is like an annoying thing. We have 2 guys here, but they look like they're patrollers, and while there is a camera, it's less of an annoying one. I can actually like get closer and kill these guys and then disarm the camera, probably. There are at least 8 guards, though. We obviously can't see all of them, but there's probably, I'm just estimating closer to like 12 or 13. Just because we're at the very start and we can see 5. Anyways, step 1, see what's going on here. This guy is immediately going to walk over to where we are at. So we can't even like delay and wait for these guys to do something. Question is, what are these boys going to do? Can't see both of them. One way or another, we are starting out. We have to push one direction, at the very least. Okay. have to beat his initiative next time or he's going to run away. This guy is, unfortunately, very, very close. If I fuck this up, Katu will actually fall back into Fui's line of sight. Yeah, I'm lucky. No, I'm not lucky. Okay, the corpse did get discovered. Got to start that turnover a little bit. So if we do our actions in a slightly different order. You know that this guy is not going to make it all, excuse me, all the way here, which, if I had been counting pips, I would have known. Each of those pips represents 1 AP. Up to the point where he stops and looks, that's 9. So if we count to 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yeah. He ends up stopping right around here. Engine is fine to hang out there. Enable line crawler for later. If I need to, I can always just disable that. We have all the tools to do this properly. Although, I'm not entirely sure why Flea decided to turn the other way this time. Well, I'm still going to do it as if the consequences mattered more. Okay, Spectre got a bunch of hits. Tangent here is going to yield to Mecha. It definitely in range. Now the sword is guaranteed to kill him. Engineer, unfortunately, didn't have very much to do this turn. But you know what? That's fine. Going to want Tangent to go after Thakados, so I actually need to yield to my next person. To judge the vision cone here. It is possible he will look to the south and then decide to fuck off in a different direction. So I'm not going to take any chances of getting spotted this early. When in doubt, quite frequently, the best option is to just... You want to go first, but you want the choice to delay your actions. Oh, fuck off. Exactly because of situations like this. This guy is alerted. Weirdly, he's not alerted at the guy right next to him. No. He spotted her, which is a bit obnoxious. Luckily, this is a solved problem. If we assume that none of these fucks are going to patrol to the south, which may be a valid, like a safe assumption, then I can signal Grift here to cancel the body timer. That allows me to run through that field without a problem. So that problem was handily solved. This guy is going to look over this way next. It's not saying I have cover from this direction, but effectively I have cover from that direction. Or I ought, anyway. This guy is going to be relatively straightforward to deal with. These guys being being a cluster of guards with a bunch of cameras, be kind of annoying. There's kind of a trick to deal with groups like that. Fui here may actually be kind of critical for helping. Fortunately, Fui is really close to the cameras. So, one of the ways that you can lure guards out of position is you kill a guard and then you let the body timer expire. The security AI will send somebody to investigate it. The problem is that right now this guy is under the path of a camera, and he's not moving. Rather than worrying about it, we'll just get started on making progress through the rest of the mission. We will eventually have to deal with all of these guys, but if we have to deal with them later on, it becomes less of an issue. The closer to the end of the mission that fucking up happens, the better. Just in case one of these guys decides to wander down this pathway, I'm gonna make sure Tangent is not hanging out someplace obviously in the open. This may seem a little bit strange that I'm going out of the way to do this, but these guards, in fact all of your basic guards, have 160 HP. Venom Trap will do 2 ticks at minus 75 HP. So what I'm doing here is I'm priming these guards to be taken out trivially easy later. That was one of the reasons why I did it to this guy. Is because even 1 tick of Venom Trap means he goes down to a sword swipe guaranteed. The drawback is that because I made him suspicious, he will transfer that suspicious status to anybody that he's close to. And then these guys will transfer that suspicious status to anybody he's close to. Now, that won't go through the camera, and it's not worth an escalation. Smacking somebody with a, I don't know, like a poison sting that's going to 90% kill them isn't apparently like worth phoning in the alarm for. Okay, we haven't seen any guards in this area. So we should be fine to post up here on this pressure sensor. Not going to disable it just yet, though, because it's essentially going to be the end of the turn. Okay, so as much as I said, letting this body timer expire, I don't want it to sit underneath the camera, because every time the camera rotates over and up until it gets spotted, it's going to attempt to spot that and generate a lot more escalation, which I don't want. Keeping escalation low is really important, not because escalation itself does everything, but one of the things escalation can do. Whenever the security level raises, the security eye takes an action, such as calling reinforcements. Reinforcements is by far the worst thing the security eye can do, and it can do it every time the escalation happens. Let's say that you start gunning down these people and you generate two security levels because of all the bodies being found and, inability to kill everybody. Well, for one of those security escalations, 3 more guards will show up. And you're in a running gunfight, so any one of these guards who don't have silenced weapons that shoots, suddenly all 3 of these guys hear gunfire, and your escalation goes up. It's a spiral, and it's a pain in the ass, and you really don't want to get stuck like that. So, of course, the best situation is never get caught in the first place. Cubes. Bunch of cubes. Crafting is a thing that you can do kind of early on, but it's not super worthwhile. You can't just craft anything. You need to have looted blueprints in the first place. And without any good blueprints, there's not much point in doing it. So I could spend the 1 AP here just to disable this pressure sensor early. I'm fairly certain Tangent will make it across next turn, but it ought to be fine. And even if he can't make it next turn, he's gonna make it across eventually. So funny enough, I could just leave. I looted 2 lockboxes. But in practice, 2 lockboxes is basically nothing. I am taking a little bit of a risk here, so rather than fuck that up. I did not see this guy, and it is entirely possible that he turns around and zoops back towards us. So, spending my tactical surge now on a turn where it's not important. Well, it's important for me not to get spotted. That's where I'm going with that. So I could jump right onto the Matrix host. I'm not going to do that this turn for the same reason. I don't know what this guy is going to do. And if he decides to turn and look at me, I can't really solve that problem. Especially because, all of my people are somewhat far back and have to sprint. This is kind of like the old spending both of your AP to move forward into the fog. You reveal somebody on the last AP of your turn in XCOM, and that's bad, because then they get to take a whole turn of action, and you don't want the enemy to take actions. engine here should be far enough back that this guy doesn't spot. And he's already taken his action this turn, so it's safe to assume that he will not be moving this turn. It does mean that Spectre can pop onto the Matrix host. She's got fucking all for regular AP, and it's sort of reflected in a reduction of her Matrix AP. But it does mean that I can get some stuff started. A lot of the early limitations in hacking is actually your IO. So even though I've got basically fucking all for AP to work with, I have enough to load programs, and I would otherwise have to drop my AP, waste a bunch of Matrix AP anyways, because I'm out of program uses. Okay, so here's the CPU already. Don't actually need to sleaze here. Yeah, so I'm out of deception programs. I have more active memory because this unloaded itself when I used my two uses, but I just lack the IO per turn. I could use overclock right now for some bonus Matrix AP and some IO, but honestly, it will only last 2 turns, and this turn was a bit of a bust anyways. I am actually short on AP. Switch laser meshes. So that one. There's nothing of value in that room. Right? Yeah. It's not even like holding a lockbox or anything. This long-range camera, though, being able to hack it is quite nice. We're going to call this hack turn over. And then, even though this camera is now pointing at us, we were able to hack the Gibson. And he's fucking off. Unfortunately, while it would be nice to lure the dude and kill him, with Spectre on the Matrix host, my abilities to lure him outside of the camera's range are pretty limited. If I tried to, like, get him over here, outside the range of this camera and this camera, odds are pretty good he's actually going to see Spectre sitting on the Matrix host. And I could pull her off, but it's annoying and a waste of time. Instead, Zeta is going to face the same fate as most of the guards, which is he will be handily dissolved with a spray can of acid. We'll start by delaying here. So it is actually feasible for me to, because when I hack the camera, it is disabled for 6 turns. It would be very feasible for me to just keep the camera hacked for as long as it matters. So the body timer for dudes is only 3 or 4 turns. So I can disable that, kill him someplace, out there, and then basically have Spectre hanging around, refreshing the camera as needed. Doesn't take that long to, if you're near the terminal, to pop into the Matrix, go handle the, like a already cleared path to security, turn something off, or turn off all of the security if it's already been cleared. This here is the remote control unit that is almost certainly, well, first off, I'm going to overclock. Delicious IO per turn. Yeah, so this is where both of these doors are. Alright, now I can blow a lot of my AP opening these doors. And I'm going to. Over here is an unknown node with nothing available to scan. That's the CPU. I just used null op to delete. Now the CPU is ready to be spiked, but I'm not spiking it right now. There's not a whole lot of point. I don't have enough escalation in the matrix to worry about it, and escalation in the matrix is less substantially important. You're not terrified of it, mostly because it's largely unavoidable. So you plan around it. So if I somehow get stuck here and my QSEC level starts increasing and I get an escalation, or even 2 escalations, then I'll go ahead and spike the CPU. But Saribot is correct. It is time to take a break. So I'm going to go run ads to keep pre-rolls off. I'm going to go ahead and walk away for a few minutes. And I'm going to change it so it doesn't say starting. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Everybody get up and stretch. Hippo is still hanging out outside. She wants to enjoy the nice weather while we have it, and I can't blame her for that. We're almost out of Matrix AP. We should be able to handle whatever is in here. Get a scan out, and then, yeah. So we have a hidden ice. But it's not going to do anything if we just hang out on this node, so we can technically be done hacking here next turn. Fortunately, Zeta here is going to wander off before anybody can really do anything about him. Unless... So this is a fun trick. This actually works out really well. This is full cover, meaning that he can't see us. But if we sprint into the spot, it does end up working out. He's going to wander over and wonder what the fuck we're doing. This is a little bit awkward, and we may take a shot, which is going to be less than ideal if it happens. But I'm going to take that risk. And I'll restart the turn if I have to. Okay. Yeah. So he's spotted tangent here. It's fine, because even though he spotted Tangent, who was unfortunately not close enough to this lockbox to avoid it, he wasn't close enough to actually do anything. So enemies don't have 6 AP, even though when I was looking at that dude's patrol, I was counting 6 pips. Enemies actually have 2 movement points and 4 AP. So this guy spent enough movement and AP that he kind of freaked out. They also don't get access to all of their AP necessarily right away. They kind of spend some of their AP like freaking out the moment they go from unaware to suspicious. So he moved, he saw something, and he didn't have enough AP left to do what he wanted to do, which would have been getting into cover and probably taking a shot. I'm not sure what it is under the hood, if it means that he has to, like... if he's supposed to, God, why can I not brain right now? If he has to spend AP to go from, to an alerted state or whatever. Now, I could, and probably should, take this convenient opportunity. Amy's having a nap right now, so I would prefer not to have Hippo wake her. So I'm pretty sure this guy's is walking around. It's going to be a little bit of a risk. Gotta get close enough to actually cycle the body. Odds are pretty good Tangent's going to have the opportunity to move again before this guy goes. Alright, so next turn Tangent will have 9 to 19 initiative. This guy goes at 12, so pretty good odds that I'll go before him. And that's 13. My calculated risk has worked out. This dead body here, I could dissolve it right away, but actually what I'm going to do is what I talked about earlier. I'm going to let this body timer expire. Someone, somewhere, is going to come over and investigate it. We don't want to disable this camera unnecessarily, but it's not connected to any of the hacking stuff. Specifically, it's not connected to this Matrix host, because the other Matrix host is all the fucking way over here. And it's not worth the trouble to try and run Spectre all the way over here just to disable this camera. Mixtape is going to help loot. And then we'll be done here. Alright, so the only thing left here is a bunch of pay data. No hidden traps, it's a little bit surprising. One last hidden trap here. Alright, so we are done. I could just disconnect right here, but we have enough Matrix AP left that it's worth popping all the way over And even though it's only going to be for one extra turn, I'm going to hit that camera again. And then we out. Yeah, this guy is mostly patrolling under the auspices of these cameras, and it's not impossible to deal with him, but it is going to be slightly annoying. Rather than fussing too much about that, we're just going to get the band back together. Hope this guy doesn't head over here. He's a regular patroller. He's probably stuck within this set. So we have one more guard. But we don't have any kind of time limit on this mission. We do have a convenient body. Okay, he did get magic pixeled, which is nice. Unfortunately, the spot where he's at is a little exposed. Being hidden here for cover, it uses all real line of sight calculations. Low cover like this makes yellow areas that are partially blocked but if I had left him there, this guy would definitely have spotted him right away. body timer is still not going to expire for a while, so we're just gonna hang out, delay. Let's take a little bit back under cover. So when this body timer expires, we do not know who the security AI is going to send to investigate it. But taking this time lets us go ahead and recover some cooldowns too. So I'm actually going to take this opportunity. We can see with the yellow squares, the body timer is going to expire at the end of the turn. I'm going to take this opportunity because most of our people have, well, it's not even that. This guy will go down to a single shot from someone he hasn't seen. We have 3 agents, one of whom happens to go after him. So we're going to pull the same trick that we did with this guy in the first place. Spectre is going to run up, delay her action. Mixtape is not going to act this turn. He'll be fine. Just in case, though, I'm going to use pre-compute advantage to buff Mecha's initiative. Now he's back up to 18, which means I can remove his initiative, delay it by 10. And problem solved. So we took the opportunity to eliminate one more guard for free. We're not going to leave his body here. Mixtape will take care of it at the start of next turn. Just got our look ahead and security scramble back up. So Pico, this guy over here would have been nicer if we had been able to pull any of these. Zoo here is, I mean, we're probably not even going to kill him, to be honest. With all of these other guys dead, his patrol has enough gaps that we can just run in, grab the lockbox, and walk out. It's these fucks that are going to be really annoying. There's a camera, there's these 3 guys, there is no sneakable cover. Okay. One quality of life thing that this game does, I quite like, is that when you prep up a movement, when you use an ability, it uses the destination so that you can eyeball, like, if I move here, is this guy going to be in range or not? And that is such a nice quality of life thing. More games need to be doing things like that. Alright, so he's gotten orders from Sekai, so his standard patrol has been interrupted. He's now going to beeline towards where that body is. So short of using a biorecycler or Mixtape's dissolve talent, we can't stop him from finding the body. If we leave him alone, he will find it. Like, he'll walk right to it, and there's nothing we can do to stop him from seeing it. So bodies actually have two attributes. One of which is the body timer. This one's expired. And the other is, like, can the body be seen? Like, is it physically present? Biorecycler's really good, really strong early game. I mean, put these on everybody if you want to stealth missions, and you absolutely want to stealth missions. Because this cancels the body timer and prevents the body from being discovered. I mean, it's just gone. The fact that it cancels the body timer is really, really helpful. They didn't have to do that. So the hacker has a talent that they can get which causes them to turn off body timers. It doesn't stop guards from stumbling across the body, but if you happen to lure guards someplace where you don't think they're going to get spotted, disabling the body timer is as good as deleting the body anyways. This camera is not going to be disabled after next turn. But the Spectre's just going to pop back into the Matrix. This does continue to generate escalation. But because we're only moving from point A to point B, we're not even loading programs on the way. It doesn't generate all that much escalation. And again, we dealt with the CPU. So if we wanted to, we could pop the escalation back down before it hits even a whole QSEC level. But we largely don't care about that. What you care about is Becco's initiative kind of sucks. That's kind of the awkward thing. Tangent loses his turn. He didn't roll enough initiative. Alright, it would have been nice if his AP had worked out a little bit better than that. He has sort of inconveniently managed to stand off just a little bit far away. It's not going to be an issue because we still have so many people who can take shots at him. I wonder why I went to the trouble to spend 2 AP. When the target is surprised, despite the fact that this guy got shot, he's still surprised because he saw the person shooting at him. What he hasn't seen is Mixtape. Mixtape is still got stealth. And early on, your chance to hit kind of sucks. Although, he died to a pretty good roll of damage, so could have been worse. Now, I have a bit of a choice here. I've already done the security escalation on this dude. SecAI has already sent a person, so they're not going to send another one. I can repeat the trick. This dead body is in a little bit more of an inconvenient spot. What I am going to do is dissolve this one. So, regardless of what shenanigans I decide to do with this camera is not going to spot it. And because of the way this camera is pointing, if this camera turns on, it would have immediately spotted the body. You don't get a warning, you don't get the opportunity to disable the camera before the end of the turn. The moment the camera sees something, it immediately goes to the security AI. We're going to be spending enough time fucking around here. The problem is this camera is actually really well situated to screw with the shenanigans we want to do. And being that it's a long-range camera, it's kind of questionably length. I'm not entirely certain if it's going to see her if she happens to be over here on this Matrix host. It's not entirely an unsolvable problem, but there's 4 guards left. I only need to kill one, and that's probably going to be Shu. But I still need to deal with these 3 guys, and the easiest way to deal with these 3 guys is to let this body timer expire. So Spectre is going to go hang out here by the Matrix host so that I can turn this camera off when I need to. Everybody else is essentially just going to post up in and around this body. Ideally, I get into a position where I can bait Shu out or just kill him and the cameras aren't paying attention. So that in 2 turns when this expires, it's guaranteed to be one of these dudes who gets sent out. Kind of a boring plan, but it is very effective. Just because I don't want him to be the one to get spotted doesn't mean I have a really easy way to make sure of that. I am going to run Tangent a little bit closer because I think they'll be the best odds that I have. That guy's actually far enough away from the other two that I could probably pick him off pretty easily. This little nook is actually pretty good for hiding. It's unlikely that anybody who comes running this way is going to spot us. Not having her hang out in the Matrix, in part because it makes the turn go faster, but also I don't want to just be pissing off the Matrix security unnecessarily. Now, having access to her packet loss, if I need to run in there, is going to be pretty helpful. So 6 turns is plenty of margin. I'm going to go slam this camera one more time. You can't just hack it repeatedly. There's a maximum of like 6 turns that you get disabled. There are a few things like traits and level up things that you can use that'll modify that. For now, I'm gonna post her up, get her close enough that if I need her to, she can slam down these cameras, and then we can deal with these guys without a problem. This patrolling guard, you know, will go down to a single shot of anything. So the initiative here is not ideal, unfortunately. I would prefer mixtape to go at the end, but Mecha rolled high enough. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on Hippo out the window. Car came down the road. It's not hugely problematic. This is all going to work out. This guard isn't anywhere a camera can see him, so if I wanted to, I could do the whole body timer shenanigans and pull one of these dudes out. But there are 2 guards left, and they are just not going to be a problem. All right, Spectre can reach that camera. And can even pop the guard. Now, this 75% chance is not super great, and if I miss, it's going to be a little bit obnoxious. So it is worth it to step a little bit closer. Now, that's an 89%. The way it works when you're outside the optimal range is that for every meter outside the optimal range, you lose a percentage of hit chance based on that distance squared, at least as far as I can tell. We moved 4 meters closer, which was like a single AP for Spectre, and we got 16% more hit chance. Optimal ranges actually matter. The further you are outside of your optimal range, the more impossible it is. So this is guaranteed. We get a glancing hit. The game doesn't explain what glancing hit is, at least not in-game. There's a wiki. But weapons will tell you that they have a glancing hit modifier. I wonder if I can go and look at the gun stats. Sort of. Yeah, okay. So pistols, if you get at least 80% accuracy, you're guaranteed to do some damage. And the way it works in this game is that it still rolls a hit chance. But if you miss, it instead is converted to a glancing hit. And unlike the way glancing hits work in XCOM, where a glance was kind of like, if I'm remembering correctly, it's kind of like a reverse crit. This is a little bit more deterministic and a little bit less. Well, it's not random. If you get a glancing hit, you're guaranteed to do damage, and the amount of damage you do is based on what your chance to hit was. So let's say I have an 80% attack, 80% accuracy attack. So I'm guaranteed to do not 80% of my normal damage. It's what is it? Somewhere between somewhere between 30 and 70%. And I'm pretty sure it's just like 3/4 of your accuracy modifier. So here at an 80% chance to hit, I do 60% damage, which ain't nothing. But like if I got a 97% miss, I'd still do like most of the damage. The other nice thing about pistols is that if you only have 1 AP left, you can still shoot. Which means that technically, there's not a whole lot of point in me reserving 2 AP to shoot here. But the problem has been solved. believe this guy. Well, I don't have to guess, do I? This guy's about to run this way for his patrol route. Now, it is possible to hubris here. If I'm not careful, I can sort of fuck up, cause an escalation, and summon reinforcements. Some white noise here creates a zone where enemies can't hear footsteps. I would. I'll be right back. Hippo's asking me to be let in. sniper was really trying to lure somebody outside. Alright, what are we doing? We're trying to figure out, can we just delete these dudes? Fairly certain the answer is yes. This guy isn't going to turn around this turn. This guy is now incapable of hearing, so we can just sprint directly up to him. So we're not guaranteed to kill this guy on a regular sword hit. But we are if we use power slice. Probably guaranteed. Actually, I don't know why I did that. I need to delete this body anyways. Worth my time to go ahead and disable that. Basically done-ish with the mission. Honestly, there's really very little reason not to just... that dude. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3 bodies left on the floor. If all of these body timers expire, we will get reinforcements, and it'll be annoying. We're definitely going to be hanging out long enough for the body timers to expire, so... we have a whole ass other Matrix host. But, even though I just walked away, I do apologize. Sarabot is telling me that it's time to take a proper break. So I'm going to go ahead and wrangle that. Back shortly. I wish I could just run this for 2 hours at a time, honestly. So where things could still go wrong, quotation marks, is that this dead body is still here, and this camera can definitely see it. I'm also not entirely certain if this camera has the range to see me on this Matrix host. Probably. We cleaned up the bodies over here. This body's got a body timer. This body's got a body timer. So, I want to clean up the body timers just in case we run into issues. Because we have a fair good margin of escalation before the security level goes up, but it's not that large. If I really cared, I could just spend a couple of turns using biorecyclers and then it would be a complete non-issue. This camera's a non-issue. Don't have any way for Tangent to do this. And everyone else is going to be outside of the range of these cameras, so Tangent is going to pop over and be ready to glitch this camera before it turns back on. And that should buy us all the time that we need. Both of the exits are over on this side, so we will not have enough dissolve charges to get both these bodies, but again, one of them triggering a security increase in escalation isn't an issue. I'm not bothering to reload because I didn't think about it, and also there are no guards left. So, a whole other Matrix host. All of our stuff is off cooldown because it's been a minute. But we spiked the previous CPU, so our escalation is substantially lower. Still, gonna take it appropriately slow. Do everything quote-unquote properly. There's not really going to be any point to going to the security control unit. All the things that are connected here are cameras we do not care about, so I don't have to waste any time with it. Fortunately, we're just a little bit short of being able to get a whole other program load. It's not necessary, but technically, since we're going to be keeping that camera shut off, it's actually going to be possible to avoid any escalation at all. No loading programs in here, that's fine. We don't even need to spend the program charge on that. We'll spend the program charge on that. Yeah, and as long as I don't load a cyberdeck program, this trap is unnecessary to deal with. So here we have a CPU. I'm going to go in, null up. And then we have an alarm unit. So, because this is one of the big processing units, I can't end my turn here. And because this is an incinerator, it basically exists to also not be a spot where it's safe for you to end your turn. Oh, that's one of the differences between Minecrawler and some of the other ones. Definitely justified by not leaving that body in place. So Linecrawler can't extend disabling a device. But it means that you cannot use it if it would be necessary to, like if the thing is already disabled, you can't use it again to make it. I mean, this is fine. Okay, so even though I disable these things in order to spike the APU, I have to kill the ice. So I'm going to spike this one, because otherwise killing this ice would definitely trigger an escalation. So, we've gotten everything out, spike the APU, let's leave. So this is one of the only ways to actually remove blue escalation is through hacking. Not every mission even has a security thing like that. We have 2 body timers expiring up next turn. And again, we could have just spent charges of our canisters. It was close stuff. But it doesn't matter if we have a little bit of security level, as long as we don't have a whole number. Gosh, that was slow and lengthy. This whole damn mission has taken more than 2 hours, really. But it went basically perfectly. We never had to take any real chances. We were never at substantial risk. We don't have the hacking room. It's probably worth it to get additional charges on field coordination. Height booster is one of the few things that you can do to boost your team's actual power level. And picked is sort of nice, but you only end up with so many recruits. So getting bonus starting levels for your recruits is a little bit whatever. This might be nice, being able to modify what your contacts do. I'll probably go for that after this. Actually, I'm going to get one more charge of field coordination, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab Dealmaker, because I can dump a lot of points into that. What's a time frame look like? We have this hack that I don't really want to do, because hacking boosts only your hacker, but does boost your team's power level pretty tremendously. Alright, I think it is time for Mecha to get into cyber surgery and grab Delta Warrior. It's going to cost most of the money we just made, but I need to do this now, or I won't actually have money with which to do it. Let's see, we got some file sets. Let's mint those. We got some accounts. So first, take a look at these ones that we minted. Who has anything worth... Jesus, this is worth a shitload. It is absolutely not worth selling for favors, though. It's worth way more than that. Ash will give us better cybernetics. Dance Hall's got our cyberdecks. We already have more cyberdecks than any of the people who sold cyberdecks to me on my previous game that I had been playing. He's capped out on the medical treatment too, so selling medical items and cybernetics is fine. And this guy only sells drugs. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna sell that to Dance Hall. I don't have access to any more contacts, so she is the only cybernetics lady that I have right now. But I'm gonna try and avoid overwriting. Okay, so I can save that. These are all just for selling. I don't super care about those blueprints. I'm not going to be doing any crafting at this point. This is immediately of some tremendous use. Getting a little bit more IO means that you can make another action or two. Deal with another node before you have to end your turn. It's nice to speed that up. You are under... Right, I didn't have the money for sniper rifles. Now I have the money for sniper rifles. We have some level 2 sniper rifles. Let's just go ahead and buy 2 of those. Really no reason not to buy a Mauler. Snipers don't really benefit from carrying around a pistol in the same way that they benefit from carrying a revolver. If you plan on bringing a sniper along on stealth missions, and it's a legitimate thing to do, their abilities don't really work with pistols because their abilities work with single-shot weapons. But a revolver is a single-shot weapon. It's not a semi-automatic. I could spend a favor. Actually, didn't really want this limit break to trigger. Still 8 days away from Puppet Master. Alright. Upgrade the Cyberdeck service, sure. You're still not maxed out, so that's fine. Which means... we have some very expensive Cyberdecks. It is a substantial boost. We sure as shit can't afford it, but we sure as shit are going to. Just a whole set of level 2 programs will also be really expensive, though. I don't necessarily need or want level 2 programs. They take a lot of memory, and more importantly, they take a lot of I/O speed. Okay, we have a lot of choices here for some reason. So there's no point in taking the +1 tech here when this trait will give you that. And then plus accuracy versus drones is nice. 2% XP gained is pretty mid as far as the trait goes. I'll go with Tinkerer just because it's getting the most. Let's see. Mixtape Inspector have a lot of hype as well, so we will probably be seeing some limit breaks there. 10% short of a hype boost, though, for Mecha. Yep. Okay, so we have some pretty shitty choices. I could reroll the options here, but honestly, it's not really worth it. You can go ahead and bump the loyalty. Once you hit 60% loyalty, you get some increased upgrades. And we're going to get the next type limit break? No? Okay. So, now that we have the Field Ops Center, we can use field coordination to add more leverages, generate room tokens. We don't have the Field Ops Center upgraded as far as we would need, though. I believe it needs to be level 2 or level 3. That nanoscoper has to be upgraded before we can do that. A lot of things come and do in the last, like, day. Well, you done fucked up. Right, now I can sell that account to Dance Hall and start getting the influence back up. Still 8 more days in Puppet Master and 7 days in Co-Conspire. Still don't really actually want to do this hack. This is a key mission. Wait, now that I think about it. I want an upgraded sword, but this is such a minor upgrade. It's really only 8 damage. Granted, some of it ignores armor. So this would represent something of a damage upgrade. It's still pretty, it's pretty mild. It would be nice to have just a little bit of a boost to more consistently kill people, though. Okay, reaction is always good. I could care and feeding here, but none of these options are bad. I'm going to go for the loyalty boosts. What you really want to look for are trait boosts. So like, for example, Spectre here, she's got a couple of traits. This is her basic trait. It can't really be upgraded, but, you know, Ghost Black Hat. On the other hand, she has 0 print here, which anything that boosts Q-Sec tally, she cuts that down a little bit, and she gets +2 turns jamming from security devices. Normally when you jam from the Matrix, they're only shut down for 4 turns. She ups that to 6, which is quite nice, and then this can be upgraded a little bit further. I think that's all for local hype boosts. Alright. Mecha here has gotten the War Machine increase. So I'm kind of starved on talents right now. Thing with War Machine is it's all based on like having cyber implants. And the cyber implants are a little bit okay. If you set things up correctly, you can arrange things to make cyber claws sort of turn you into a blender. This gives you a charge attack that can be upgraded to reach about 15 meters, which is a nice distance. It's kind of expensive for investment, though. Clawmaster here boosts your claw talents. And it specifically says not talents like Crimson Vector. So let me go take a look here at Cyber Surgery. Hand Blades here gives you a cybernetic talent. So it has charges like other talents. Costs 1 AP. It's a relatively low accuracy attack. 130 kinetic damage for 1 AP. It's guaranteed to at least score a glancing hit like all melee attacks are. And this doesn't do anything else. It just gives you the cybernetic talent. Now if we compare that to Sword. Sword is the same 65% base accuracy, but it does 300 damage. Yeah, it costs 2 AP, but if I somehow manage to get in to do a stealth hit, you know, I'm going to do an extra 50% more damage on a crit. It also has Armor Shred, and I can use Power Slice to get an extra 100 damage out of it. Point is that it's a little bit hard to make the Cyber Claws work. That isn't to say that it's not worth trying. Certainly, getting some investment to get, 30% more damage on here is great. You can also just make the Cyber Claw free. The AP cost reduced by 1 to 0 means that you can, just spend your charges if something needs to die. So it's not completely it's not completely overwhelmed by just bringing a sword. Up here we have Redline. Cyber Claws give you additional damage and AP until the end of the next turn. So this is a buff that just makes your claws bigger. And as you max it out, you can max out at 2 AP and 1 movement point. Now, even if you didn't fully upgrade this, fully upgrading Redline means that if you kill somebody with a claw attack, you refund 2 action points and a move point. You spend 1 AP and you basically get 3. But fully upgraded, that's you spend 0 AP and get 3. The only limitation you have are on the charges. And that is a different talent here. Berserk Hazes can instantly recharge for cyber talents. And you get initiative. And you can even get an extra move point out of it. So if you wanted to play Wolverine, you just take these 4 talents as a cyber, as a war machine. And yeah, it's a pretty strong investment. It's 40% of all the talents that you'll ever have. But you can do it. This talent over here is quite funny. Ash Protocol lets you just dissolve bodies. So I gotta think here for a minute. I'm only ever going to be able to take 10 talents. Now, Steamroll is pretty nice. It gives a bonus not just to you, but to your entire team when you kill a target. And this can be boosted to include, a free movement point. Beyond that, like being able to debuff enemy drones. Drones aren't like regular guards. They don't wait until the end of the turn. If you kill a drone, it instantly reports its own death, unless it's been jammed. So they're kind of an obnoxious hassle. But you do need specific talents for dealing with them. This may actually be worth taking down the line, being able to just say that this drone isn't going down. Most of these other talents I'm not super enthused by. It would be nice to have access to an extra item carry at some point, but the only way that I could do that is by going through. The key thing here is that Mecha is the only Cyber Knight we're ever going to get. It's not a class that you can put other people into. You don't get access to Quantum Riders. In fact, it occupies an implant slot that other people don't have. So if I wanted to get access to extra item carry, I have to go through one of these other other 4 talents. Atomic Stutter here, can stun a target. Rewind can actually just slam a charge into other talents. Can't use it on yourself. But can also buff them with, a little bit of initiative and move speed, which ain't nothing. Rewind is really, really nice to have, and it's one of the things that only Mecha can do. Same thing here. Sync, just anybody else who can act during the current turn just immediately jumps to your initiative. So if your Cyber Knight has a lot of reaction, and you really need everybody to do something all at once, you can make it happen. A lot of this other stuff is pretty whatever. So I'm definitely taking Steamroll at some point. So I have 6 talents left. So if I take this is 1. Disentangle would be 2. Rewind would be 3, and then extra item carry would be 4. that would only leave me with 2 talents for War Machine. And if I only took 2 talents out of War Machine, is it worthwhile to do this? Ash Protocol is nice, but it's not worth spending a talent on my guy. So if I took only 3 talents, I could get Crimson Vector, Clawmaster, and Redline. I couldn't also get Berserk Haze, and I couldn't get Predator Reflex. Predator Reflex is not nearly as exciting, to be honest. I can get like a really long Overwatch attack in melee, but it's melee Overwatch is pretty mid. Using this ends your turn immediately, so you can't, reserve any AP. You only get to make 1 reaction attack, unlike gun Overwatch, where you can make multiples. And it's so limited situationally. This talent would let me immediately grab an AP up to 2. But 1, 2, 3, plus a movement point. And being able to do that every couple of turns at the cost of some HP. Like, it's really, really tempting. Now, I'm definitely never giving up Tactical Search. It does unfortunately mean that I have to take a Precomputed Advantage. And it's not that Precomputed Advantage is bad, but I would just take Tactical Surge if that were an option. Steamroll, extremely good, as I mentioned. Security Scramble is nice to have, but I may actually get rid of it in the long run, because again, maximum of 10 talents. Disentangle is nice, but it's not something I can't work around, and I have other teammates who can be responsible for taking care of that stuff. So, we're going to go for Steamroll eventually. Actually, we're going to go for Steamroll now. Not that it does a ton right away, but it does something. And then we can start pushing through to get the talents that we want to make Cyberclaws actually worthwhile. The first level of Cyberclaws, again, not terribly exciting. They're relatively cheap and quick to implant. But one of the other problems is that we don't have a whole lot that we can benefit from our actual cybernetics right now. We only have the starting level. We don't even have any eyes. This is just the one that we started with. It is worthwhile to put those in because if nothing else, it's a way to spend 1 AP. Alright. Mecha's build has been more or less finalized. You're holding on to that extra AP. We do not have the money to afford the deck upgrade that I would like. We can make do. A hacker isn't hugely worth multiclassing. A hacker you bring along because you want to do hacking stuff. Like, we'll be getting down shields for any mission that we have drones in. We can actually do sorts of things. Oh, this is a talent that only exists, like there's no equivalent on any other classes. If we wanted to, we could use this combined with, like, you know, leaving a body out for the body timer to specifically pick which guard we want to go investigate. So this is, like, situationally really, really good for stealth. In practice, I don't care too godly much about it. Baked vitals is one way to kill body timers. I don't actually think that's going to be her job right now. And a bunch of stuff to do to make Matrix better. Scapegoat is really nice if you plan on attacking things rather than disabling them, because you need to attack to do some spikes. Spoof is also potentially pretty nice because it's one of those things where it's like, well, you're going to get an escalation eventually. The longer you spend in the Matrix, the more escalation you generate. This just stops it from doing something. This is also kind of a one-point wonder. It does pretty much everything that you want it to do with a single point. Like, maybe if you upgrade it so that it lasts 7 turns and you can get a second token, you can push 2 escalations out of it. If you're doing a very nuke-heavy playthrough as well, where you're just kind of pushing through and nuking all of the things rather than, like, properly hacking them. Spoof will protect you from some of the inevitable consequences of your actions. Overall, though, I think we've got a pretty good handle on Spectre doing her hacks. There is a completely different hacking class called the Wire Ghost. Then their hacking playstyle is a little bit different. They're kind of cooler because they can hack through cameras and stuff for short duration hacks. But they are tricky to use. Definitely need to upgrade that nanoscoper. We will be able to start working on upgrading the Field Ops Center after that's done. Global Corporate Veep. This guy doesn't actually sell us anything, but he is an option for missions. He doesn't trust us, and we can't contact him anyways because our face is busy. Or no, we're out of Co-Conspire. Definitely want an underworld hub as soon as possible. I'm doing things more optimally this time as I'm so broke as fuck. Could do this mission for just some cash, but no. It's very expensive, but what it does do, because I've done this in the previous playthrough, is it upgrades her cybernetics, and actually she gets a trait that makes it that she's a little bit faster to heal you, or cheaper or something. She gets a discount. It's worth doing. Feels awful to just leave that mission, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, this is potentially going to take up to 21 days. Now, it's guaranteed to succeed, but that 20% discount. But we're going to need her for this next mission. Actually, there's not really a whole lot of point in farting around. Unless I want to buy the sword upgrades. Actually, let me see if I can buy any ion batteries grips. It's just an ion booster, that's crap. %, accuracy may not seem like all that much, but it's a little bit. Alright, so in that case I am going to invest in the 2 sling blades. This is expensive. Forward in terms of pistol optics. 2% accuracy is not really all that exciting, although the red dots fuck your ability to get stealth crits. Part of me wonders if it's actually worthwhile, though. If you get bonus to stealth crits just from having a silencer. And they do fuck your optimal range. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Or spend all of my money. I need to get favors in Dance Hall. This is going to be a bit of a longer mission. So before we start, I'm going to take one last break. Yeah, and then I'll just do the whole mission through. Alright, so we'll be back shortly. Don't watch ads. Okay, mention that the countermeasures are here and they'll never hear us coming, but this is just a short intro mission. For multi-part missions, any escalation that we get will continue onward. So it's kind of dense. We got 6 outer patrols. We have this guy here. I believe there's another one over here who's not going to be much of an issue. There's only 1 camera, but there's loot, and any loot that we pass up is, you know, loot that we won't have the opportunity to get later. So we could definitely kill this guy. The question is it safe? So it should be safe to delete this guy, and then we can figure out what we're going to do with these. Unlike some of the other missions, because we have a base level increase in our escalation, we definitely want to get this done as fast as possible. We don't have the range. We do have the range. Just in case this guy decided to turn around. It's not going to spot me. These body timers are not going to... shouldn't expire soon enough to matter. Just in case, though, I'm going to get all my cooldowns back for the second stage anyways. So there's very little reason for me not to do this. Biffed on the usage of that. What turns on the camera? Okay. Tangent is furthest forward, so go get that lockbox. Love me some gang memes. Whoop. I was not expecting that guy to turn around. Not going to make it. In a single move from there. Can just glitch down. Mixtape cannot make it in a single turn, though. So we'll put him someplace he has cover. You can. Okay, we got one more escalation than we perhaps would have preferred. All right, and more so than even the previous one. So we have the long-range camera, two of them. Both of these are going to sweep the center. Cyberknight has to be delivered here, and that's going to be our exfil. This guy's unfortunately very, very close to a camera. Much like the previous one, the security level is just going to continue to escalate for every turn. He's close enough to hit it with the sword. So this guy's going to walk forward a bit. There's a lot of cameras and we don't have a ton of ability to disable all of the security stuff. Pretty sure that long-range camera is going to turn and spot anybody who comes into that front area. This long-range camera is not immediately a problem, but it will be later. And then, of course, these cameras are going to possibly rotate. I don't know if these do or not. There's no way to tell, really. And then down here, we have a bioscan field. Generates a shitload of security tally if you have two people that end their turn in the same area. First thing we're going to do is delay this camera. This matrix host does not appear to be connected to any of the cameras. So we want the money, but we also don't want to be too greedy. Because this is in a lower pit, she's probably safe-ish. That dude, unfortunately, is just going to be a problem. There's not a ton that we can do about it, besides just shooting him and dealing with the consequences. That isn't to say that there is nothing we can do about it. So Spectre walks up to this matrix host. I'm 99% certain that this dude is going to spot her. And then if it's anything like this guy, he's going to walk forward anyways. So I can't immediately start hacking. In fact, I don't really want anybody to act. I realized... Actually, no, I'm restarting the turn. I was already running him down there. I can fuck that thing. Right. You delay. Delay. this one much more correctly. He's going to step forward and turn. Now, I don't think Mecha can get all the way to where he needs to be. A tangent, I think, is going to have trouble getting to this guy. Having any of the things that tell you what guards are going to do is really, really important for doing stealth. Also, not a small node. On the other hand, this path was quite favorable. No, I didn't have enough. Never mind, that was a waste. Okay, those two guys are guarding the exits. It would have been nice if Tangent had one initiative, but such is life. Come on, stay in, stay in, stay in. Ah, motherfucker. going to get hit with an escalation. That's not in question. Okay, that wasn't my smartest option. Okay, we don't have to go that way, actually. We can turn around and return the way we came. That's probably the smarter choice, assuming we don't suddenly get reinforcements. like a glove, no escalation. Rid of the power level just from that mission. Alright, no whole file sets to be minted. Did get some accounts. Doesn't work all that much. This is the new Veep from Warner Braun, or whatever it's called. Octane's got high influence, so she's automatically going to have a influence break. Not that much cash, but it does mean that we don't have that 2 million credit debt sitting over our head. We have a small handful of blueprints. These Vindicator scopes would be quite nice for those sniper rifles we just bought. This is actually quite nice. Swords have a ion battery slot, and you can either get additional charges over your power strike, or in this case, you know, a little bit more accuracy or some fixed damage. The Sission die coat does both, and we basically wouldn't need to use the power strike to get a lot of those kills that we needed to secure previously. This is not a bad stock for snipers. There's a compelling reason why you might want to rely on Overwatch, and 15 more degrees arc is not bad for that. -8 recoil per shot is also not bad. Sniper rifles generate quite a bit. But in general, you don't really want to be relying on Overwatch to solve your problems. Upgraded suppressors are quite nice. This is actually, yeah, sniper suppressor. So -22 meters. That'll cut the range at which enemies can hear your rifle about in half. Okay, this is a low priority choice. That's probably, of these four, that's probably going to be the last one I take. Crimson Vector also requires a bit of an investment to be good. 3 points to get a second charge out of it. The biggest thing is you don't need multiple charges that much, but 6 meters is such a short range. Except melee accuracy is not bad, actually. There's not a huge point in rushing. Yeah. We'll start going towards Steamroll. I've hit my talent limit anyways, so I can't go ahead and grab Clawmaster until that ups. So I might as well actually make the things that I currently have more worthwhile. A lot of points in the face. Immediately slamming an extra charge there. We'll go ahead and take Dealmaker now. 10% more payments in all future jobs is going to add up. Tangent. You got Signal Grift. Got the range on it. Reducing the recharge is a little bit whatever. I haven't been using Shadow all that much. I would like to boost Glitch or Line Crawler. Actually, can I boost the range on Line Crawler? Yes. I don't know what I want to prioritize here. It's hard. I'm gonna go for Glitch. Glitch is actually pretty fucking rad. But this works a little bit like the silence field. It creates a poison field that can affect itself. Not 100% certain if I want to go directly to another talent. Having access to Biomimic would be pretty rad. We are not doing a break. I'm going to go ahead and call the stream after I'm sort of done making decisions. Definitely don't care about Purge. Seems like it would be really hard to use. Not that it's bad, just tricky. I don't even know why war cramming a corpse is all that good. You know, reduce the weight on it. Venom Trap is potentially one of those things that I'm really going to want to lean heavily on. Alright. The soldier team is feeling a little bit undertrained. Going to let that heist okay, we're gonna have a Coke Inspire ready in 2 days. We can see what kind of job we get out of it. Definitely can't afford artillery. Okay, and this is like the high loyalty stuff. This is why traits are so much better. One reaction, or one reaction and some move speed. This is really up for a hype break. Ops, so Underworld Hub is coming. It's going to help with legwork. You have exactly enough buildings to not be able to build every module. Nanoscrubber is required because other modules also require it. But you have to decide what you're going to give up. You're going to turn off and I don't know why you would ever consider not taking crafting, because it's crafting. Like, you have to do crafting in the video game. This seems like the most obvious choice, but especially I'm given to understand on higher difficulties, wounds and injury time are a much bigger deal. On normal difficulty, you straight up have a 75% chance to just not take a wound when you otherwise would. But also reducing the time that your people are down from having taken injuries. The hacking station is actually quite strong for hacking missions. When you do the solo hack missions, you generally have a pretty strict time limit. And the hacking station lets you have things like 100 more IO per turn, which can make your turns go a lot further. Counter intel is actually kind of another one. The ability to trade for favors with contacts is pretty strong, though. Like, in the long run. In the short run, though, you have to have your face set up to be able to do it at all. So for some people, I can imagine this is one that you might get rid of. But temporarily blocking headhunters is... Headhunters fuck everything up. Simstream Trainer is important, and Detox is important. This is the only way to just reduce stress. So yeah, at least on this difficulty level, I'm probably going to just skip the triage clinic. I think the question is, do I want to go for a Simstream Trainer right now? I think the answer to that is no. I'm going to go for hacking. I could actually drop the legwork tuition by 40%, although I don't think it would give me enough time to plan this mission. There's no guarantee that she's even going to succeed. In fact, odds are pretty good that she's not. So yeah, I am going to just dump the Matrix mission. I do not care about it. Denise can get pissed off at me. It'll be fine. Okay. This looks familiar. I'm pretty sure I know what map that is. Is no hacking on this, actually. So I can safely ditch Andrea. bring, I don't know, Saul. Well, that'll be a decision to make for next time. Well, for now, thank you all for watching. Hope I possibly have interested any of you in this weird game. I hope the rest of your weekend goes well.